I made the title of the stream up today, and thank you, McConnor Berry. Ah, yes, Fubo $1.67. Didn't I say this was going to happen before earnings? Maybe even $2. Careful that they don't short it. What's up, guys? Carvana top, new top locally. The Carvana tops at like 370 something. I don't want to talk Mexican. What do you want to talk about Mexican bonds for? Opens without you are not the same. Okay, well, until this shit in the Middle East is over, I am trading oil from like 2 a.m. till, well, now, actually. Why? Money. Do you sleep? Not much for the last 2 months. Saber rattling, good for oil? Yes. Especially around $70 a barrel. What are you going to do with all the money, oil money, Gurk? Same thing I do with the rest of my money. Buy the 20-year at 5%. Don't burn yourself out. I'm trying not to. And daylight savings will catch up with my schedule, and I think things will be fine then. I mean, I've been up since market open. I've just been busy. And the sizing is just it's too much for me to take the risk on. Like I can't stream and do that at the same time. So usually once I've trimmed my sizing down a little bit, going into like the early morning, early afternoon, then I start the stream up. Is micro cheating on us? Are you making money? Yeah. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. Well, I don't mean to make you feel neglected. That was never my intention, Belani. Teach us. I feel like I explained my oil trade a few weeks ago, right? Buy oil under 70, profit. Gert counting on a 1 hour time difference to catch up on sleep. It's my hibernation part of the year. As a bear, right? The winter's simply better. What's the idiot trade for? I just explained it. Middle East conflict ain't gonna be over soon. That's not true. It could explode one way or the other really rapidly, and then I probably wouldn't trade oil after that. I'm also like positionally in my portfolio. I'm in a weird spot, right? Because I don't have any of my money in fixed income yet, and so I'm just sitting on a bunch of cash, and it makes trading futures in size really tempting. If I went a long oil because I thought prices would 300 a barrel in 4 markets, but 7 here in US in a few months. What tickers can I trade foreign oil? Specifically, which region? You're trying to like arb it? I think you can use a foreign exchange for oil through Forex. Sort of. I think Iran might go boom, make Saudi Arabia, maybe like oil futures on Eurex or something. I think BSE has oil futures. I'm not sure what you can trade through ICE. But Eurex has oil exposure you can get through like FESE, FST. I think Tocom might have some too. I think Tocom you can get specifically exposure to Dubai crude. I don't know how traded that is though. I'm having a hard time getting back above 42, huh? Good morning, Bert Stew. Bull's got a pretty good handle on things here. I mean, we're stable. I don't know how good of a handle they have on things, but 40's gamma at 40 is still positive. Gamma at 35 is negative, however. So, and there are bot puts at both 58, 40 and 35. There are bot calls all the way out to 45. Um, so we may see those still go in the money or at least start to pull back. They haven't yet in any meaningful way. I think we probably don't see the upside of 50. If we did, it would be brief. 30's supportive here. What about copper? Copper's been doing pretty well. Kind of mixed since China's been fumbling their their attempt at economic turnaround. Don't forget to like the stream, guys. Yeah, that. Thanks. Sounds like go outside. Hmm. Gold, silver, topping. I don't know if gold's gonna find a top. At least not anytime soon. This looks like a good entry opportunity for JPM. I mean, given that there's no upside risk, I don't know if any of the entries particularly matter, but a little bit of a bounce back today. I think a good chop around here for a while. Ideally, what I would want to see here is a lower high, a failure to retest, 25.78 or whatever it was. Well, if the US falls into a recession or China slips back further into deflation, copper prices will take a hit. What do you mean the MM bids on the downside moves are depleting? They're not buying because we're close to GN, which means less likely big green peons. Cobra, if you had Gamma Strike and Pigeon Whale, maybe I would tell you. Now I can't answer that question for anyone else. No, I'm just kidding. As the supportive gamma below spot falls off, GN starts to pull closer to spot, right? And as GN gets closer to spot, the total gamma exposure on the MM declines, which means less gamma hedged per move, $1 move, right? And so, you know, previously, near the highs, when price was falling, the market maker was buying a lot of gamma, right? Now the amount of gamma they're buying is less. And the closer and closer we get to gamma neutral, the less and less they're buying until we fall under gamma neutral, right? At which point they're selling on the downside move. And it's that slow conversion from supportive buyer to net seller that happens when we fall under gamma neutral. That generally determines when we move into like a higher volatility corrective environment. So falling into negative gamma means that there is no more MM support on a downside move, right? When we move down, the MM sells into the downward price, which accelerates downward price action. They're still buying into rising prices, but they're selling into falling prices. And so we always see, gamma neutral contract prior to corrections, right? And so if we could go back and look at some of that data. Hold on. Because we have the historical data as well. And so, you see in instances like this where gamma neutral rises to meet falling prices, right? And then price, there's an attempt like over these 3 days to stay positive on gamma. That fails. And then the market continues to correct. We move back here to retest positive gamma. That fails. And then we fall to delta neutral, right? And you see similar things here in September. We push up really hard, then gamma collapses towards spot, price action weakens, we fail again here, right? Gamma pulls up towards spot. Now this one's a little more bullish, right? We actually find support at GN and push up again, but gamma's now contracting again, right? So as that gamma moves towards spot, the likelihood for a breakdown increases. And then gamma, will continue like that. Jade? What? VIX will go up when we're under GN, right? When we're under GN, we're falling into positions that are, like net sold puts. And so volatility will rise. Support on IWM should be at 120, or 220 rather. Yeah, delta neutral on IWM's 219.21 right now. The 220 strikes okay support. 219 is stronger. A failure of 219 would see that test at like 215. But gamma on IWM is negative, and the index is failing. Below 219, things will get worse. That opens up probably a move down to like 210 or maybe even 200. Obviously, rising rates not good for small and mid caps, so I would expect IWM to underperform. If tech got back to all-time highs, I would probably expect IWM to pull back towards that kind of midline at 200 again, or at least close to it. Why didn't Nikkei boof, but JPY hit 151? I don't think there was anything significant out of Japan last night. 10-year auction. Oh, the 10-year came in quite a bit under the prior. I think 0.94. But I mean that's not significant, right? That's just like a bad, like if we had a bad treasury auction and the market pulled back for the day. We must tested gamma neutral today, or we may have actually tested and bounced off of gamma neutral at open, depending on how positioning shifted into the start of the day. Heard IWM going down 11% with no context. I mean, there was a lot of context. But I like the way you think. Anyway, it's only like, what, 9.5%? Something like that. Thank you so much, Enord. I'm trading chop here because there was no Gherk to fill my void, and now I need a $10 drop in the next 45 minutes. Will it happen? Ooh. You know what? Probably not. But it could. 45 minutes? It's not a lot of time. Puts at 35 or pulling back. Gross. A lot of sold puts at 30. Trading at 39 right now. You need to back it 29? Yeah, we could. We need to slip the positive, like the positive gamma here at like 37.50-ish. But if we did, that's reasonable. Left a little gap there at 40, so possibly. Oh, there you go. And Q looks a little weak here. Failed to break up at the trend test. Might get a low on NQ below VWAP on the breakdown. Yeah, that could take us down $7 or so. Careful, it might not last long. There's a lot of sold puts at 30. How bad do you think Tesla earnings will be? I don't know. I'd have to look. I haven't really paid attention to Tesla's earnings the last couple of quarters. As fierce as the downside move was here, a bounce to the upside would be equally impactful. So careful. Probably be very careful, actually. Mm. So ooh, bears pushing back. That's nice. Failure of that bounce, very bearish. It is failing a little bit. Oh, neat. Call sellers. What's up, Nuke? Looks like we got things settled now. Back to the coal mines. What was broken? Was something broken? You don't have to return to the mines unless you yearn for them. Someone deleted something that's very important to the systems. Was it Vunky? In his quest to automate things? That's okay, you can saddle. Was it Dork? This is ridiculous. Would you rather fight 3 kangaroos or a single baboon? Kangaroos. I know it wasn't you, Atomic. You only delete the things Dork needs. He only pretends to need them. Well, after you delete them. Kangaroos are crazy. I mean, as long as you don't try to like square off with them, they're not too bad. Baboons just they have like angry teeth and angry asses. This is a YouTube video of someone fighting a kangaroo. Does he get fucked up? Yeah, bob and weave. Lunar still got legs. Yeah, I mean it held managed to hold $8. Looks like it's bouncing back above it today. I'd like to see a bigger volume fail on NQ. This range is just kind of grindy, trying to push into the sold puts. But if we get the push, we got room to the downside. Ooh, there we go. See, this is really where I should take profit. Well, close. That's where I should take profit. Oh, fine. Feels dirty. Disgusting. I have to teach the pickle jar responsibility. Now, if the contract for some reason just keeps going up, you know, that's also okay. That that was taking profits. Now, if this bounces, it can go back to 40 very quickly. So be careful with that. It doesn't look like it's going to because of the bot puts at 35.40, but it could because gamma moves up to positive very quickly above 37. I think the downside looks a little better. Moving down is just kind of tricky. Gamma's pretty flat, 30, 25. Hmm. Kidnapping Gherk seem like taking profits. No, you can't kidnap me and have me run your portfolio. I'll tell Kenny. Because it's not cool. You don't kidnap your friends. shit, did I just accidentally long a bunch of calls? Whoopsie. This parasocial relationship just became a two-way street. Ew, what a garbage fill. $37 in the money, gamma positive, gamma more positive on a test of 40, and then the upside move from 40, kind of grindy. So maybe we fill the gap and then see how far momentum takes us before it starts getting a bit choppy and shitty. Might get choppy and shitty before then, honestly. Vol short at 30 looks pretty strong. Not a lot of vol short at 35 though. Short puts. Not a lot of short puts at 35. Bought calls at 35, 40, 45. This economy has defied predictions of a recession and is on track to continue its world-beating streak of robust growth, according to new forecasts from the IMF. Good for them. Just to be clear, you shouldn't kidnap anyone, friend or not. Yeah, kidnapping's bad. Do you think oil will probably consolidate or pull back? Or my hope, straight up. I would also enjoy straight up as a fellow long oil degen. I hear you, and I feel the things you're feeling. Ooh, how about 100? Stop kink shaming me. Kidnapping has the word kid in it. So kidnap the kids if you're friends, right? No, 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 no. I guess, well, man napping? Would I be man napped if I were to be? No, they still call it, I mean, legally, it's just called kidnapping, I think, regardless of age or gender. Maybe it comes from stealing goats and it has nothing to do with children. We'd have to ask Popcorn Trader, though. He's the resident expert on that. Gherknapping was very specific. Was the range on this before it gets grindy? Like above 40? Although it's kind of getting a little grindy here. I thought momentum might carry it a little higher. It's kind of still helping, but running into resistance here would not be great. We're also getting some sold. Oh, my mouse is doing weird shit. Getting some sold calls on the contract as the short calls that came in on the drop get squeezed. That short vol on the 40C at least is still pushing back. It's not ideal. Woo wee. That was crazy. Good thing I didn't have a stop. Not gonna get me like you did yesterday. Apparently, it's objection if you're not a child. Hmm. Interesting. I don't like it. Wouldn't it be horse theft? Ha. Nap being an old spelling of the word nab, as in taking. In 16th century Ireland, it became profitable to take children as slaves, so a term was required. I mean, yeah, I suppose. Required seems like a strong word. That's Grand Theft Auto, Child Catchers, Chitty Chitty. Uh, hmm. Probably help if the Bulls sold more puts, you know? I feel like technically taking slaves would always be profitable. No? How could you lose money? What if you get one with like a chronic condition? Like pre-existing conditions? Like adopting a sick dog of the pound and you're like, ah, fuck the vet bills. Dump them in a lake? That's cold-hearted. What if it costs more to keep them alive than what they output? You don't form an emotional bond. Mm. With Irish children? But they'd be drunk all the time. They're alcoholics anyway. That's why it was so easy. Oh, what were they mining? It's Ireland. Peat? Potatoes? Potato miners? That's racist. I'm Irish. I'm like the Catholic kind. Yes, I am. What do you know I'm not? Irish centaurs don't exist. Centaurs don't exist. This is failing more than I'd like to see it fail. Hmm. NQ lost VWAP. What about another call right here? Or stay the fuck away from it. Stop. Stop call. Stop call. Ah. Indecision. Wait. Gap at 87, 37, T37. Hmm. Low or low? Hmm. Still selling the 30 pretty heavily. That is support. I'm starting to get some bot calls at 40, 55, or bot puts. Sorry. Bot calls still at 35, 40, 45. But the 35 bot calls I've trimmed. Selling the 30 call? Not yet. They're selling the 35 call. It's still not long though. They're selling the 30 put. I see NQ. I know what it's doing. Squeeze the sold 30s? Not yet. Fill the gap at 37, then gamma turns a bit positive, but less positive than it was before. Some of the bot puts are shaking off a little bit here, so there's a tiny bit of profit taking. Mostly the 40-45 bot puts. It looks like we're still accumulating 30 sold puts. So bulls are fighting to hold gamma up on the positive side. What's up, Thunder? Does fail? What could it fail to? If the sold puts were to fail here, there's a little bit of support at 20. Um, but below that, like 57.85. There's quite a lot of liquidity under 58.20, and so the delta would drop off pretty quickly. Yeah, maybe this is more important here. Oh, about the same. Still need a breakout to fill the gap. Watch that gap fill though. And then also, if we do test 50, be very careful of that as well. Like if this breaks up and starts filling the morning gap, when that fills, there's not much to the upside beyond that. Things are pretty bearish up there. Decent bounce with volume on NQ. Much better than the prior low test. So found buyers around just above 24.25, 24.30-ish. When do banks get spicy? 4-5. Real spicy at 4-5. 5. Yeah. 5-5. Very dangerous. 6, 7. Everybody goes boom. Does M2 supply have any impacts on the market? Some. Yeah. I don't think the impact is significant, but it also depends on the print. If it's kind of, as long as it's in line with expectations, I doubt it would be a shock. But it could technically be out of line, and like a wide miss on analysts' expectations for supply could mean inflation expectations rise, or interest rates rise on rising inflation expectations. I think the bearish outcome here would be if like money supply flattened, right? And showed the financial conditions were significantly tighter than expected, despite the Fed cut. Yeah, 4.5 on the 10-year. Is Buffett selling his B of A because the risk they have in treasuries they hold the unrealized losses on? Yep, that's very likely. Very likely the case. And now we're rejected. Stinky. Higher low. Okay. This actually reminds me of her X, offer meds. Low vol on this pullback so far. Mhm. Hmm. Ooh, big sold puts. Sold the 25, 30 pretty hard. Looks like bot puts at 30, 35, 40 just pulled back also. Maybe spreads closed. Ooh, could be. Any reaction to that? Hmm. That should be bullish. Maybe Pickle Jar should have gotten into edible. It's up 25% today. Why would we be trading random farm stocks that are at risk of being delisted? There's the 2425 test on NQ. That still looks bullish, right? Did I hear delisted? Super trend is convulsing. Maybe this indicator won't work out. They're all shit. All the oscillators, just garbage. This SVX smells like she wants to break her back and go down for us. No. I just I just told you that a bunch of short puts got sold and bot puts pulled back. Did you hear me? That's not traditionally bullish positioning. I know, but I don't have a good sense of smell or taste in women. Long COVID. Is there a gamma oscillator? Like MACD for gamma? Stop trying to taste women? Whoa, hold on. Why? How would you know what flavor you got? Yeah, consensual tasting, of course. Read the label. Larger pancake and frozen waffle recall. Oh, thank God, something I don't have to worry about at all. Why so many food call recalls with listeria lately? Lack of sanitary conditions and food packing plants where people are paid significantly less than a livable wage makes them careless. But it's okay. It's a lot easier to explain the losses on the balance sheet to your shareholder as a wild listeria outbreak than it is we underpay our employees and they don't give a shit about their jobs. Cost of living keeps going up, has some weird effects on people's psychology. A wild listeria appears. Throw your balls at it. No, don't throw your balls at migrant workers. Jesus Christ, dirty little toe beans. They're still people. I heard Samsung's teaming up with the Taiwanese. For what? Were they trying to get on the list of countries China wants to invade? Because they already are. Who buys prepackaged waffles? That guy who's worried about the listeria in them. And by that guy, I mean Gilgamesh. Although he may just be getting prepackaged waffles from FEMA. I have two kids. I buy them at Costco, and now your kids have listeria. Well, maybe not, but hopefully not. Have you all noticed the peanut M&Ms have been wonky as fuck? Bro, this entire fucking jar of peanut M&Ms tastes sour. Like sour peanut. Like they didn't wash the peanut before inserting it in the chocolate. Ew. Yeah. I have to take them back to Costco and be like, these are wonky. Peanuts are full of mold. That's true. Yeah. Oh my god. Did I get mold poisoned from bad peanuts? This is what I get for putting peanuts in and around my mouth. Kenny's poisoning you with his moldy nuts. That's what I was thinking. When did you get those? I don't know. Like 2 months ago? You have to cut the candy shell off, wash the nuts in the dishwasher, and then tape them back together. Every single week I get strawberries from Costco to put in my daughter's lunchbox. So like 15% of each package has mold. I mean, don't buy the ones with molds on them. Isn't that a health violation? Yeah, probably, but it's Costco and they love you. What's the correlation between you starting the stream and SPX trading in a $5 range for the next 4 hours? High. But I need the attention. I don't want the market getting all the attention. Packer at Costco hot dog instead. I've never seen mold on a hot dog and they're cheaper. Hmm. Interesting. I've seen a moldy hot dog. You just have to let them sit around long enough that the salt, like the salt in them is, or the brine has dried up. We can still go up a few more dollars. Let me start to run into a bit of resistance around like 47-ish. Did you guys see me responsibly taking profits? And by that I mean capping gains. Excellent. No, I missed it. Do it again. Oh, not bad. Okay. Put in a stop at 8 and got a fill at 8:40. Thanks, WeBull. I got stopped too early. Go back. Oh, the charts only move to the right, man. Get fucking wrecked, paper hands. What are you on about? Oh, yeah. Like me? Because I sold? But those were very good profits. I made like 50% on risk. Fucking scrub, get good. I mean, I sold at least the local top. Skill issue. The 50th, I mean, if Dork wants me to degen, I can degen. Is this degen approval, Dork? Wait, no? Oh. Stop, wait. No, wait. Whoa, no. I've got some dividends from last month that are itching for a scritching, you know? Think of the view ship? The what? That should go directly into gold. I already have money in gold. SCHD? Gross. I'm not 80. Imagine saving your entire life to have like $1 million and then putting it all in SCHD so you can pay for your retirement home every month. I pray for those days. So many ports. Papa John's. What about it? My mom is over 80, is extremely overweight in Nvidia and Microsoft. Oh man, I only read the initial part of that sentence at the first time. Like like I missed the Nvidia and the Microsoft part, and that I was like, that's not a nice thing to say about your 80-year-old mother. Papa John's is the perfect investment vehicle. Ugh. I won't invest in bad pizza. If you had 300 grand to your name, what do? Hookers and blow? She's in the best shape of the whole family. I mean, clearly at 80 and overweight Nvidia. 300k grand, not just 300 grand. Oh, I missed the multiplier. Answer's still the same. The bank's earnings were phenomenal, and net interest income's totally going to go up, and they're going to keep lending at these excessively high rates, right? Everything's going to be okay, and my short on JPM totally invalid. Why was that JPM guy asking you for a job interview at a strip club? Don't get me started on that fucking moron. I don't want to think about it. Hookers and blow, and maybe upping Dork's chicken quesadilla per diem. 3? You're just gonna get fat if I do that. How's this? One extra bottle of water. If you had 300,000 fish sticks, what do? Dip them in tartar sauce, clean them with your mouth. Oh, fuck. Don't spoil him. Evian Voss. Okay, I'm 27. I have 300K and no job. What do? Step one, find another job. What? You don't want dirty Vegas club water? That just means there's more dork for you to love. Hmm. Interesting. 300K at 27? I'd retire so fast. Really? I live by myself and I spend like 18 grand a month. I'd be broke in 2 years. Retire off 300K? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, my sentiment. I have grandparents that sold their generation radio business. Okay. Buy 20 years, cash out, Vu and chill at the bottom in 2025. I could live off 1K a month? What are you eating? Like Dinty Moore beef stew? Everything's just gonna keep getting more expensive if buying the 20-year and cashing out at the bottom is the right option. You know that, right? Things aren't gonna get cheaper. Ground beef every single day. Ew. Okay, now I feel attacked. Dinty Moore is my comfort food. it, it'll make you more comfortable as a piece of furniture. 48.45 butterfly again today, or maybe 48.50 this time. I don't know. I haven't decided. Getting robbed blind in Belize is free. Belize is so cheap. You can save money if you buy the ground belf instead. I want to know what that is. Dinty Moore is not delicious. I don't even think it has meat in it. And I haven't eaten it since the 90s. And I don't think it had meat in it then. It was just like like carrots soaked in gravy. What happened to those days when we just fell into clothes? Those don't really happen when you're in a positive gamma environment. Especially when the intraday gamma is positive. Then fix it. Silly. Could you share your current thoughts on the MU pick? I mean, tech has pulled back for like 2 consecutive days now, but I have a feeling that'll pick up as we approach bigger tech earnings next week. I'm still long MU, but I did take profits last week when it went up hard. And we're past MU's earnings, so we don't have to worry about the earnings risk on that through tech season. So I mean, I think as long as it continues to hold like the above 105, still a pretty good chance at hitting that like 113, 115 upside target a second time. Found a few sellers on the last test, but not as many as the first one. I don't. Earlier today probably would have been a better entry, but it doesn't look bad. Oh, look at that, dork! I sold within 30 cents of the high. Fuck you. Scrub. Let me see your fill at fucking 870. The high so far. Mm, secret high? I'm not gonna play that game. It's too dangerous. Let me see your butthole. Fine. Again? Hmm. Thanks, Dork. Gherk, you check our Permian resources. I like them a lot. Are you talking about Oxy? It's having an okay day. Yearly all-time high on Fubo, like usual? What do you mean, like usual? When is Fubo earnings, by the way? Eleven four. It's beginning in November. I just don't remember what day it's on. I'll wait for Atomic to answer, because his answer will be correct. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Time to chop around here into close. Yeah, we could get stuck here a bit. The potential range for price is kind of narrowing. But I would say a pullback to like 35 isn't out of the question. Maybe 37. So like kind of back here. Somewhere there. I don't think we're gonna go up much more. Is GME getting illiquid? Not particularly. I mean, yes, it's getting less liquid over time, but not like a lot. Not a lot less liquid. Mm. Interesting. Another lower high on ES. This is looking a little bit weak. Interesting. Gap down and no fill would be quite odd. I feel like it makes sense to wait for sub 42 for more puts. Possibly. A new all-time high for SPX. So we got a new all-time high. Not right now. Maybe in like a couple months. Eh, labor data next. Maybe off of labor data. That would depend on a bunch of things, but I guess that's doesn't seem impossible. Ooh, yay! VIX backwardated again. Mm. Do you think we're in the beginning of a extended downtrend? I think we're moving into correction. Well, at least an attempt at a correction. It could fail, and we could find support at like DN or GN, but I don't think it will. All of the positioning to the upside on SPX is bled out over the last like 2 days, which is not a good sign. Omega spare. Gross. Mm. Dude, this looks bullish. Are you sure we stick here? I mean, right now, end of day we could climb higher, but here it's, I mean, kind of hard to gain any gamut of the upside. And we're starting to accumulate 45 bot puts, which is applying some additional downward pressure. If we slip to the downside, vol's going to pick up because they're selling puts too close to the money. So yeah, I would say that somewhere between here and 37 is extremely likely. Can we get SPX down, TQQ up? You'd probably get SPX down, or like SPX flat, TQQQ up. That's possible. I think if SPX is going down significantly, then TQQQ is also going down. So let me guess, we had the one move of the day. Two moves, technically. Well, if you straddled overnight. Now we settle into the theta destroying merciless pin to a $4 range, just short of everybody's calls and puts. Yeah, something like that. SPX 58, 47, 50. Big resistance. So yeah, above 47 we can move up and fill the rest of the gap. But I think that if that happens, it's not going to happen till like end of day. I don't think Enphase or FSLR are going to do well with sovereign debt in question globally. They could have good earnings, however, but that yeah, I don't think that's going to translate out in the long term. Trying to trade with confirmations versus attempting to time catch reversals feels a little better. It is better. It doesn't just feel that way. I've been trying to be a bottom feeder for contract prices, so attempted to catch big wicks near the extremes, but it just gets stopped out. I mean, if you're catching extremes or trying to catch extremes and price declines, why? Hmm. Or at least in the contract price. Why do you have such a tight stop? I don't know. I feel like if you're trying to catch like kind of volatile wicks, you're gonna just eat a lot of slippage, right? Like say you were trying to buy, this contract outside of its lower range, right? So you've got, like a buy at like 375, and you're just trying to scoop that up, right? Um like having a stop there, I mean, say the wick extends an extra 10%, like it's probably just going to immediately mean revert back to neutral, right? But you just lost 10%. Trying to find the right balance. Yeah, I mean, if that's what you're trying to do, if you're trying to scalp like the low, I mean, contract choice is really important there too. But if you're kind of trying to scalp the low of the contract, then yeah, I mean, you kind of want some room. Otherwise you just like burn money, right? So like, you know, say you're trying to buy a contract for less, ideally in that scenario, less than its intrinsic value, right? And this is like a pretty common scalping strategy, but you know, say intrinsic value on the contract is, X, and you're trying to get, X minus Y. So let's say Y is, let's do like 10%. So you're trying to buy the contract on a spike in Vana, and like a volumetric move in the index, right? So the contract's kind of trading its low here, and you're trying to capture that. I mean, that extreme of a move outside of the like intrinsic value pricing of the option is unlikely to last long, right? Like the option's likely to mean revert. And that's usually what people who are playing this strategy are scalping, is they're scalping that mean reversion. Um and then, their take profit is just right here. But if you want to hold the contract, which is also fine, you don't want to get stopped out if this were to extend to like 12% or 15, right? Because the more volatile this is, the more of that contract you want to buy, because you're trying to time a mispricing in the specific contract. And so usually if you have something like this, you want your you want your stop to be kind of extreme, because you're buying the option for so cheap. You know, you obviously have to take more risk, because if your stop's right here and it overextends, you're just gonna immediately eat a loss, right? Clear to run a bit. I mean, 47, 48 is still resistance. That's the exact situation mindset. Yeah, so I mean, if your stop's too tight, you're gonna get fucked every time, right? Because I mean, it's volatility, right? You're not gonna be able to accurately predict the amount of volatility on that wick that you're trying to time, and so you're much better off, having a looser stop, and then yeah, you'll get eaten up on continuations, but you'll also, you won't get stopped out even if you're correct on mean reversions. And mean reversions will be the statistically more probable outcome of a mispricing of the option. So, I mean, something to think about at least. I was explaining that, so I don't know what positioning has changed, and I gotta check this. Oh my god! That's really beautiful. Oh, Atomic 11-1. Thank you, Atomic. Missed the pump through 50. Mm, eh. I feel like through might not really happen here. Up to. Anywhere to go to the upside? Push out to 60. Need more sold puts at 50. They're selling quite a few puts at 50 right now. Oh, MNQ is just pumping like crazy. Interesting. So Israel citing sources. Army has completed its preparations to attack Iran, and it seems it will be within days. Curious. Why would I be worried? I don't have any positions. Do we have a gap on ES? Are you worried that you have no positions? Not particularly. No. Right? No. No gap on ES. Mm. Mm. Do you know where I can get legitimate data? On what? I feel like the past 4 to 5 trading days have been identical. There have been some similarities. Do I want to short here? And the money bot calls 30, 35, 40, 35, 40, 45 are trimming back. Gamma is supportive here on the intraday, and they are selling puts out to 65. But if we lose 50, Gamma's going to fall off pretty hard. So they'll need to hold 50 here. Election already baked in here? Probably not. But that kind of shit will get spicier as we get closer to the election. Hmm. Interesting. Bullish on TLT the next few days. Why? Is gold just going to 3K? Maybe. You think durables are going to decline? Is there such thing as too high? I don't particularly think durables will decline. Let's go to 65 end of day. It's going up at the end of day. When Oxy all-time highs, sustainably higher oil prices. A little bit of a rug. Things are probably getting more unstable here. There's still an off chance we could push 60, 65. But the in the money calls are closing. So we may not be able to hold these levels a lot longer. It's kind of hard for us to stay above 50, at least with the overall positioning. Just what we call on Tesla about 30 minutes ago. I'm now a believer in the robo-taxi. I'm prepared for Elon to pump us to 300. Nice. Two gaps to the downside. Not sure NQ's topping out here yet. NQ still has a bit more room to run, like another 30 bucks or so. Hmm. Hmm. I had tight stops for a test of 50, which was the danger zone. I got stopped at all my calls with theta. Now we're pumping. I'm mad with myself. Set your stop a little wider. Not so tight. I mean, it would have been hard not to get stopped out on this, right? This is like a 10% drawdown. So, I mean, sometimes you're just not going to hold the call through the price action. That's just the reality of it. It's unrealistic to expect yourself to. Now, when it bounces back up, you could have bought another call, but it's. Taking profits is good. Puts at the 60 test should be pretty nice here right now. Okay, I don't disagree, but tight stops because if NQ continues to pump, then it may just move up anyway. It may not. It may not matter. When's Mama Yelling gonna slam the long end? I feel like that's the expectation. $58.60. $2,600. Still a little bit more room on NQ. This could be pretty hype once NQ tops. Yeah. There doesn't seem to be any news driving the move. There's some statements out of the EU. Saw some ECB presidents speaking, or directors, or whatever the fuck they're called. How high is NQ supposed to go? Prior resistance is like 59 something, but like 2600. Yeah, it already tested 2600. Yeah, I'd say this is pretty close to as high as it can get for today, without positioning changing pretty dramatically. Nice, Ben. 70 seems unlikely. If we pull back and hold 60, maybe, but I would say 70 is a bit out of reach. $58.55. Hmm. Mm, What about like 45? Oh, weird. If Trump gets reelected, inflation back on big time, right? Doesn't matter, J-Pal will be gone. No. Yeah. Do you think Elon could run the Fed, the SEC, and the EPA concurrently? I guess it would depend on if he's going to fund them or not. What's the end of day gamma looking like? Topped out around 58.60 and falls off pretty quickly down to 45 on the downside move. So I think if we get a continuation here at 55, we'll start to see vol spike a bit harder, and we would see at the money puts sold on the pump. Um, Lots of close. Bulls rugging bulls again. Yeah, well, bulls sold position that put other bulls at risk. So, yeah, essentially. If gamma continues to fall off to the downside and we lose 55, 52, then we could slide back down to like 45 or 35. Probably 45 is more realistic. But only if we lose 52. They could keep support here and try to push for 70 into end of day. Mm. So all the people that over leverage into a marble yurt and we're told they can refinance once rates are cut, only for rates to go back up after the cut. Yeah. Yep. So all the homes sold for the last 3 years, 2.5 years. What? And then rates are going up, so it's gonna be significantly harder for corporations to raise capital as financial conditions tighten, and then people start to lose jobs. I mean, I think your put side's too close to the money, but that's just like my opinion, right? Oh, sorry. I thought it was 865p. No, that doesn't seem bad. I made 150. I could leverage that into a wider stop. Okay. Interesting. Support found? I bet, yeah, we're not filling that downside gap. It may continue to bleed off, though. Hmm. Interesting. How does NQ look? Like it might fail 2536. Why is the screen glitchy? No, I don't think so. Dumpies? They're looking better. Need to fill the gap. Wonder if all that DSP on Greek's voice is bogging down his threads. Or it's the 5,000 tabs of TradingView he has open. Timed out, Bob. Excellent. Hmm. Hmm. Is that your PC's fan? No, it's my ridiculously oversized air purifier. There's a gap at 53, not 46. Iran Saudis plan joint military exercises. Interesting. Care to rank these? La Industrie Locales de Faras de Lucia. Um, hmm. Probably the industry. Then the last three on your list are all not my favorite. The industry, Dafara, and then Lucali, and then last Delucia. I haven't been to Delucia in years, though. Delucia? Mm. Lucia in Brooklyn? Not the Manhattan one. Not Del Lucia, just Lucia. Lucia on Avenue X. Um, I would say that and the industry are probably my two favorites right now. I used to like Scars a lot, but they've gone super fucking downhill over the last like 6 months. Sabaro's not on the list. Drop then instantly wick back up. I mean, if you waited to 65 to buy puts, you're making money. Quite a lot of it. Spumoni Gardens is still really good, or it was the last time I went there. Yeah, Scars is a disappointment now. Oh, you know what I went to recently that was pretty good? Fuck. I hadn't been there in a while either. Rubirosa. It's more of like you got to make reservations, but and it's like definitely a place to go with like a bunch of people. But they still have fucking great pizza. Not quite like a New York slice, but still good. Reservations, same like puts. I mean, good luck. If you've got an Amex Platinum card and you get preferred on Resi, you might get in there. Otherwise, it takes like probably a few weeks. There's a lot of places out in Brooklyn that are still good, like not TikTok places, but you know, still decent. I feel like anything that gets good gets just inundated with like fucking Instagram influencers, and then you gotta wait in line for 3 fucking hours to eat. I got a little spumoni on my shoe the other day during a vasectomy. Can't recommend. You need to wear those little shoe covers. It's called patina, bro. All right, if you say so. TikTok showed me Cat's Deli. Imagine waiting 30 minutes to pay for a $25 sandwich. All right, here's the deal. I hate cats as much as every. I hate what cats has become as much as every other New Yorker, right? It's just. It's like a shitty tourist trap where they overcharge for iconic food, right? However, they still probably have one of the best versions of that iconic food in the city. So, yeah, you gotta pay a premium for it, but it's worth it. Also, you don't always have to wait that long at Cats. They're usually pretty quick. The lines go fast. Strong recommend 11th Street Pizza. If you want some like really like out of the way places in New York City, try like Amore out in Flushing, or what's that place in fucking Ridgewood? Monos. I've also heard some good things about Ops, but I've never been there. I think that's in Bushwick. No, fuck Roberta's. Roberta's hasn't been good in forever. Louis in the Bronx. Man, I haven't been to the Bronx in so fucking long. I don't know what's left there anymore. There used to be some good pizza places up there. Ironically, nothing near Arthur Avenue is good, but further out in the Bronx. Yep, so we start to push into the short puts here and fall back into the bot calls from earlier. Which may push those bot calls to close. May not, but could. Bronx has poor people. Does it though? I mean, yeah, it does. NQ is relentless. A little bounce there on it saved this. That's where the nanny's from. Imagine choosing to live in New York or without $10 million. That's ridiculous. You don't need $10 million to live in New York. Ooh, public housing of shared bathrooms. If you live in like a shelter or something, maybe. Oh yeah, I can let Atomic know. Yeah, we could do that. Alex. 9 million's plenty. Both of those are just ridiculous numbers. It depends on where in the city you want to live. There's a lot of, I mean, there's millions of people in the city, and they're not all part of the 1%, right? There's affordable housing options. And wages here are more commensurate with the cost of living. Still bleeding. I'd like to ghost you. Cute. Hmm. It's 80 degrees out in the tri-state area. It was 30 yesterday morning. What is in the dry cough is going on here? I don't know. I've I've temperature control. You just don't go outside. It's the perfect solution. What the fuck are you doing outside? How do you say it? I don't know. Exactly. Mm. Will the crime on GME stop? What crime? Mm. Almost back at 45. Yeah, I'm still buying packs. I haven't bought any recently, but I still have open buy orders for it. What do I have my current one set at? 1050 right now. Hmm. Hmm. I have my stop up already. I don't know if it's worthwhile, but it's there. I think I'm stopped out on any bounce back above 50. Hmm. What's a 58.45 support? Yeah, bought calls more than sold puts. Um, but bought calls from 58.45 down to 58.35. Let's get spicy down in power hour. As long as we don't bounce back too hard, because I'm gonna get stopped out of my puts if we do. Is the terrible housing data tomorrow? I mean, I don't think it matters, but we do have some housing data tomorrow. I think just like MBA and existing home sales. It could hurt the dollar a little bit. Power hour song, hype us up. All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What's something on your foodie bucket list? Restaurant or dish? I just want to go to Japan. I can't wait to close it tomorrow. 58.53. Default rates have been rising, but not enough to cause problems, right? They're getting problematic. I think subprime's gonna get hit hardest. It's not gonna be pretty. Are you taking Squamsk? Does Squamsk want to go? We're getting some short vol coming in here. More put selling at 45.40. So trying to stabilize. I think I might just like buy a house in Japan so I can have a place to stay when I go there. This is so fucking cheap. It's like kind of like going long yen, right? Buy one in Italy while you're at it. Italian houses aren't cheap right now. They will be soon. I don't think they allow that. They do. They're trying to get more immigration. So they've extended a few policies and they're supposed to be adding more. There's very few countries in the world where you can't buy like part of a business or a house and then move there. Like most of them have a path to citizenship through investment. I was just thinking in Tokyo. Elon built Skynet, so now we have internet everywhere. Will you buy back one of your ancestors' homes in Italy? That'd be poetic. I want to live in fucking Australia. As an American, you'll do damage in Australia. Interesting. If you want the best Japanese food, Kawani and Westport is the tops. Where the fuck is Westport? Connecticut? Is that like east of Stanford? I don't go east of Stanford in New England. I said the M. I have my mouth full. Fuck you. Westport has some of the best food in Connecticut. That's not a. That's not the selling point you think it is. Boston's northeast of Stanford. You lie. Yeah, but Boston's direct. Like, if I go to Boston, I'm flying there. I'm not traveling through Connecticut to get to Boston. Most handsome man in the Burns unit. Boston blows unless you're like 19 or 40. That's not true. Boston has a unique dating culture, which can only be appreciated by spending too much time there. Anything interesting in the final 45 minutes or so? I don't know. Bulls could try to push really hard into end of day. I don't think they're positioning strong enough, but potentially they could try to push out to like 65 or 70 again. It seems we've caught some support here, and they're pretty aggressively selling the 45.50. So probably unlikely to close below that unless everything just dumps, in which case we're going to 35. But I think you could confirm that at a loss of 47 or 43. Upside's a little harder to confirm because I don't know how far it could go. Like right now, it looks like it's capped off at about 55. But if they sold a lot more puts into close, they could push it up to like 70. I think Boston's probably one of my least favorite big cities in America. Yeah, I agree. What are single Boston women like? Do you like white trash? Because if you do, rude. Pulte dumped? What? They don't have standards and inhibitions? Yeah, they do. I don't know about standards, but I'm just popping to use my member milestone chat now that I've taken full advantage of my Dillionaire membership. Can I request a 1-minute summary of the last month of the market, peppered with some insults? Why don't you go look at a fucking chart? You know what? Since you're a Dillionaire, I'll summarize the last month of the market for you in a show of my appreciation. There. Fucking crazy, right? Anyway. I would have thought Boston chicks to be educated, a la Harvard, MIT, Wesley. Are you frequently dating 18 to 20-year-olds? If you are, I mean, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. At least they can't go drinking with you, right? Women who went to those universities live outside of Boston for the most part. I assume he's talking to the one about the ones that are currently in attendance. We're talking Jamie Presley, not Britney Spears. They're like Sweet D in personality, and either like Sweet D or Frank in looks. I was referring to women in their 30s who went to good schools. They leave Boston. They all live in New York City. Thanks, dumping to close. I did my best. You put me on the spot, you know. Right now, I have 3750, or 30, yeah, 3750, 4250 spreads open on Apple. Not the 4550. And all my Apple spreads, I think, are closed this week. It's the best bar to find women in New York City. Currently in your IMO, in my opinion. In hmm. Any of them? The city's like 60, like Manhattan's like 65% female. And the male population is like 15% gay. So if you can't get laid here, you're doing something horribly wrong. I can, and I don't even dress rich. I just wear Costco clothes. Cat. Ah, yes, the Bill Gates style. I think Bill Gates has better style than I do. But you're tall. Yeah, so? One Riz video on School of Stock channel. Vineyard Vines is not style. That depends on if you're trying to get married and move to Connecticut or not. Thanks, little G-Wagon. Do they see your car? No? You think I just go to like coffee shops in the village and illegally park my car out front and sit on the hood? Like a 1970s high school movie? Yes? That'd actually be amazing. I want to do that now. Why the fuck would I take the train? Ew. The train's dirtier than a strip club. It's just covered ceiling to floor in human effluence. Popped collar, pack of cigs rolled in your sleeve. No. You live in New York? I avoid the subway as much as feasibly possible. Occasionally I have to take it, but it's easily like New York City, you just need to put in the minimum effort of a date. Even if you both know it's a flimsy pregame before bedding down, just have a personality and don't be a street stalker. I'm pretty sure most places you could just be like, I have my own apartment. And if that's a true statement, pretty good to go. Even better than I thought. Every girl I know in their 20s has like 7 roommates. And they live in like an 800 square foot apartment. That shit doesn't work once they have careers and stuff, but they all just want first dibs on hot water in the shower. New York City apartments have infinite hot water. You never run out. Are those chicks your target? No, no, not anymore. I've matured. Now I just feel sorry for them. Why don't their fathers just sell more Tesla calls? I don't know. What's the youngest woman you date? Probably not under 24. I know 55-year-olds living with their kids, splitting rent and making 300K a year. Fucking ridiculous. I'm still rooting for you and the property tax lady. I don't want to. Ew. I mean, maybe not you, but not no. No. But you rizzed her up. I was trying to get a lower assessment. See you later, Sisyphus. Carvana shorts have unrealized gains. Be patient. Isn't there a TV show about Tom Hanks being roommates with a bunch of women? I have no idea. Was Tom Hanks in a TV show? Carvana to zero? Not yet. There's one where he's roommates with a ball. Castaway. With great looks come great responsibility. Are you hitting on me, hamburger helper? I mean, keep going, but I'm just checking. Tom Hanks wasn't in Golden Girls. Right? Durable goods. Durable goods and PMIs. We've also got, I think we have German, not tomorrow, but I know Lagarde is speaking like 3 more times over the next couple of days and telling everyone that it's like totally fine that Germany's a failed state. Um, but I think we have like German manufacturing and like the IFO report this week also out of Germany, and those could pump the dollar. We'll have Tokyo CPI, which isn't, that important, but it's kind of representative of at least the trend in inflation. We're gonna have S&P PMIs, new home sales. I feel like there's something else I'm forgetting. Michigan? Do we have Michigan this week? So Thursday, Friday for U.S. data. New dating site idea. Only bonds. Hmm. Gross. I'm not hitting on you. I'm just trying to keep you on the straight and narrow as a powerful influencer. I feel like the power in my influence is waning, which is perfect. Maybe because nobody likes the fucking stream. Hmm? I remember the last time Germany was a failed state. No, you don't. You're like 30 something. Nobody cares about Bank of Canada. How many likes did you get from saying that? 23. I said they could pump it back up to 70. Maybe. It's tough, but they could. Germany would probably love to go to war with Russia right now, but NATO's kind of fucking that up. Man, that would have been a sweet call entry. You mean at support when I was like, this is support? Yeah. Yeah, not bad. East Texas, aka Poland, be like, heavy breathing. Gherk Alpha has been great today. Usually is. Well, where did you cut your puts, Mr. Support? I think like the retest at 58.50. I had a trail stop on them. Um, 3:03 p.m. There, they got stopped out on the bounce. Show off. I didn't even do anything. It's just a trailing stop. Are you on the waitlist for the new Cubitus? Do you like it? Is that a watch? Or a car? Only those two things would have wait lists with a name that fucking stupid. New Patek? Oh, no, there you go. South Korea and Poland's military industrial complex have been shacking up over the last decade. Huge arms and production deals. Well, South Korea would have a hard time attacking Russia. But Poland's probably into it. Any out of the money calls building above us? You were saying the positioning about 58.50 has fallen off since OPEX. Yep. I don't know. We'll find out tonight if the OI shifted. I mean, I could look out at tomorrow, but everything to the upside today is, well, all of the upside today has been sold puts and on the 0 DTE mostly. So tomorrow looks like there's a lot of sold calls to the upside. Sold calls in the money at 50 and 40. Not a lot of bullish positioning. Looks like put supports down at 58.15. Thursday. It's just not a lot of position. There's sold puts at 25. Sold calls at 50. Friday. Bought puts at 40, 15, and 10. And then not fucking much else anywhere on the chain. No, it's not. There's no. There's not like a lot of short calls to squeeze to the upside either. There's just not much. Like there's just nothing there. What was responsible for today's pumpies? Obscene amount. Well, first off, bot calls at 35, 40, 45 after the morning drop. But right now, just an obscene amount of 0 DTE short puts. Pretty much every strike, all the way down to like 57.70. Trying to understand the pitfalls with it. Okay, so once XSP options get in the money, it becomes very difficult to close them profitably. Right, so if we look at calls here, right, we've been moving up. Look at the spreads on like intrinsic value, right? Like bids 350, ask is like 371, and those just keep widening the further in the money you go. So if you buy like XSP calls with theta and say, you know, we get a big move in the market moves up, you know, 2%, 3%. You know, those spreads really start to widen and the liquidity on the bid side dries up. So you start to run into a situation where there's like no fucking bid. So say you're looking at like end of the month contracts, right? Um these actually aren't too bad. Usually they're a bit worse than this, but hmm. I wonder if XSP's been seeing more volume lately. I mean, it's not seeing any volume on these strikes. Hold on, let me see something. What's the at the money call? So look at these. You see these gaps between the orders? It's like someone like sold here, right? And probably like filled down here at like 5, right? So these like in the money positions get really really shitty really fast. Like on a limit, you may just never fill. Which is fine if you're gonna cash settle, but if you're not, that's a problem. Yeah, and if you set stops, you get really blown out. So XSP bad. There's not, I can't think of a lot of reasons besides cash settlement to trade it over like SPX or QQQ, where you have tons of liquidity, right? There's the tax treatment, which is nice, but I mean, if you're losing 5 to 8% on slippage, all of a sudden that tax treatment's not so great. I mean, I'm I'm 100% sure that MES is is a significantly better instrument for, a lower cost way to trade S&P than XSP is. And there's options on MES also. And there's a tax treatment. I still don't understand why XSP is a thing. It was a push by SIBO to broaden the options market, and the only thing that ever took off was SPX. Like NDX doesn't get a lot of trade volume. I don't think any of them do really. MESCS has a tax treatment. Yeah, was it like IRC 1256? So 60% long-term cap rates and 40% short-term cap rates. Yep. XSP liquidity is all pickle jar. I mean, probably. I don't know why people in here would want to trade it, but I could see that being accurate. Diego's sleep schedule just got fucked. Why? You can just trade MES, ES intraday. I mean, trading overnight is a bitch anyway. Just because something occurs for like 3 days in a row, AJ, doesn't mean it's the new norm. I've been considering trading CL. Oh, you don't want to sleep. All right, so either 60 takes profit on the short puts and we reject here, close at like 50, 55. Well, 55. Between 55 and 60, I think. Well, I guess we could close at 50, although closer to 50, but that seems less likely. Or bulls leverage up here and push for 70. We got some profit taking on the 60 test, so we'll see what happens. If it was an even strike, it'd be a good place for like a 10 minutes expiry straddle, but unfortunately it's not. That is, however, even strike. I think too big of a risk here that it just closes at like 54 or something. That was a lovely 5560C. Not bad. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Zero bip day seems appropriate. Yeah, crushes out the realized vol. Decent chance we do big flat overnight. Yeah. Maybe like bleed a little overnight. I don't think big overnight moves though. I'm still kind of trying to figure out what drove the NQ pump. Because none of this upside would have even been possible had that not happened. MOC imbalance is 780 million negative. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. That was around like 230-ish. Looks like just Microsoft bulls. I feel like that was enough of a pump that was event driven. I'm just not sure on what event. But Microsoft did have some nice returns today. Finally. Did I write up long Microsoft or just talk about it on stream? I don't remember. No write up, just stream. Yeah. I meant to write that one up. Oh well. Hmm. Meta's up 1.23% today too. Ooh, Costco's gonna push back above 900 again. Nice. Fubo had a nice little day over there. How does Upstart look? Still short. I have a stop on it, but yes, I am. I have Jan puts. I'm just prepared to stop if Nvidia gets another pump. Right now, rising rates are probably holding their prices steady. Um, but I think if rates continue to rise, we'll start to see some more significant pressure on the financial sector, which means stronger labor or inflation data is probably going to continue to push rates higher. And the 10-year is at 4.2 as of today. I still have some EPAM. Nice. I don't know if you'll get as good a discount on it as we got the last time. But I could see it retreating back to like maybe like 185-ish, somewhere in there. Their earnings are coming up though. You gotta be careful. Look at that. I guess we get the 50 close. Interesting. See, this is why I didn't want to buy the 55 straddle. Was because there's too high of a chance that we like tap and then hold above 50 into close, which would give you pretty shit returns on the 10 minutes of expiry. Yeah, like 52, 53 is not an ideal. an ideal close for that straddle. Could wicked to close, maybe. Under 50. Ooh. Gap fill. Oh, still 51. Ding ding. Well, wonder if it would have printed hard enough. Nah. So pretty solid resistance there at 60 at the end of the day. Bulls were unable to push through it. We did not get the additional upside move into the rest of the sold puts at 65.70. Some of the weakness as those pulled back and closed out of the money, driving us back towards the 50 level where we found support. Now, there's a lot of sold calls into this Friday at the 50 level. It still appears like there's not much positioning to the upside of spot. Obviously, the data into the latter part of the week could change that, and volatility is coming down a bit, but it's not. I don't think it's down significantly enough that we're really going to see any significant change in the like volatility environment. Like we're still well above 16. I could see it trimming back to 16 if the data is all within expectations moving forward. But I think if we start to get hotter labor and hotter inflation data, and yields start to push much closer to that kind of risk range around 450, 440 on the 10-year, 450 on the 10-year, that's gonna make things quite a bit worse. All right. Pretty much flat on the day. I mean, down 5 bips. Not very significant. We failed the first and second test of the upside trend here, and are consolidating against the long-term trend. So we could probably expect this to continue until we get a breakout, maybe Thursday with the data, possibly Friday with Friday's data if Thursday's data is in line with expectations. It would appear that the distribution is kind of pointing to a move back to 30. So maybe off of this rejection into tomorrow morning, we see a move back to like 30 or 40, find support there, and then trade in the narrower range through tomorrow into end of day tomorrow or Thursday morning, where we could see the data kind of break up the at the money positioning and give us possibly a little more range. Right now, the SPXW is pricing in like 10 bips. Like it was like, I'm sorry, yesterday was like 19 bips of range, whereas the SPX contract is pricing in like 80. And so kind of an extreme spread on the expectations between the AM contract and the short-term contracts 30 days out, which is indicative of a lot of vol shorting in the near term, but not a lot of vol shorting in the longer term, right? ES continues to chop around yesterday's close and the day before's close, and today we fell a bit short of the 5906 test, and so formed a lower high across both tops today. That might open yet a little bit more downside room as we start to build out a downtrend here. And you can kind of see that forming right there. So failure, failure, and lower lows point to possibly a test of 58.50 before the end of the week on futures, and that would be around 58.10 ish, 58.10 to like 5800 SPX. Commodities up big today, moves up in silver, gold, copper, industrial metals, agricultural commodities, and most importantly, oil up 2% again as conflict escalates in the Middle East, and it looks more and more likely that Israel is going to retaliate against Iran. Dollars continuing to rise, definitely bolstered by rising oil, 104.11. Dollar almost back to where it was kind of at its peak in June, July. And the top end of the yield's not too far off from that either. Maybe actually a little higher on the 30. But the 20 and the 10 still aren't quite back where they were. Uh, Correlation pushed down through most of today. It looks like it turned around a bit into close. Obviously, bulls levered up, and we saw that big move in NQ. Really helped out SPX quite a bit. Carry trade leverage now at 7.8 at the top end, 7 at the 3-month, and 6.9 at the 6-month. So we're seeing, a continued lack of interest in the short paper there, and we are seeing leverage continue to increase on the 10-year carry. Forward yield on volatility into the end of today, just slightly negative, 0.6%. Keeping this in check has been a problem for the short vol positioning. They want to keep the forward yield on volatility down because that discourages people from going long vol and taking long vol positioning. But when they let it slip back to positive, everyone wants to go long vol again, and that pressures out the short vol they've already sold. So, the continued selling to push that curve down, or that forward yield down, is ideal for anybody who is currently short vol or selling the tails. Core 3-month continues to trend down. Bond volatility probably continuing to trend up, although today's moves were significantly less impressive than the prior few days. We've got skew 150.97 dropping after peaking on Thursday of last week, I believe. Yeah, peaked on Thursday of last week, which was our high, and we've seen that continue to fall off. So we're starting to see more tail risk hedging pick up. We saw that this morning with the 0 DTE gamma that I posted over in Pickles Picks, where you can see all that negative gamma that's starting to come in on the downside, and the long delta positioning starting to collapse, not only at the money, but out of the money as well. Which does dry up liquidity in a downside move, but that will increase volatility should we move down. 59.44% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, and a big bump up in correlation between VIX, cash VIX. Tomorrow's the VIX expiry, like the weekly VIX expiration, I believe. So some of that may just be an effect of the weekly VIX interest falling off post OPEX. And then we'll obviously see what kind of repositioning we see on vol into the back half of this week. And we may see, long vol just come back in size, right? Fed funds futures out into June, pricing in 0.83, so a little bit of a decline there as it becomes less and less likely that we see another Fed cut this year. And the 210 spread pretty flat over the last couple of days. Not too big of a change yesterday or today. Out here on our ascending wedge that we've been watching for technicals, we did fail the wedge today. We bounced back and um, retested the trend. However, our close is slightly below trend, and a loss of 58.30, a confirmed loss of 58.30, opens up that downside move towards 57.67, which is where we're looking at the weekly or monthly for our first signal of a breakdown. So this 57.67 level, this would be where we confirm that this has topped, right? And then that opens up the much larger downside move to, 69, 70, 55.20, 54.46, right? And, there's levels where we start to see CTAs selling, which I believe here is going to be around 56.69 on the down tape. That's about our 2 standard deviation from spot, roughly. So I think we could expect to see CTAs become net sellers here, and that would drive, a further correction should we test those levels. Did PAX get smashed from its uptrend? I don't know. Let's take a look at it. It got rejected a bit at 1160. Might be just some profit taking. Although higher low here is bullish, right? And the beginning of a reversal on the daily. This isn't going to do well with the dollar doing what it's doing right now. As the dollar starts to fall, we'll probably see improved performance. They've also spent a shitload of money on investments over the last couple of quarters, and so, I mean, a lot of that drawdown in their cash on hand is being, met with a decline in their equity price, which is great if you're bullish on PAX, not so great if you're not. But I think the dividend of eight and almost 8.25% probably makes up a little bit for the 11% drawdown or so, and that alongside with DCA mostly covers any concern there. I am on drip, so I'm buying in line with the dividends that are coming in, and I will keep it on drip at any price under 14. So just continue to accumulate shares. If it goes back over 14, I'll probably turn drip off. Yeah, no problem. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. I will try not to take any oil trades at 4 in the morning again, and maybe be up on time for the stream. But we'll see. We'll see. It depends. If Iran attacks or Israel attacks Iran tonight, I may be busy in the morning, but we'll see. If you do stream it, I can't. It fucks up my brokerage. So the soft, like, if I run the software for my oil positions simultaneously with OBS, they both just crash. It's just too many memory leaks. I've got, TradingView eating up fucking live chat it on Discord. That might work. I'm not streaming from my phone. All right, that's enough. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope everybody made some money today. Have a good night, guys. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.